Yo, there you are, or there I am. Hello everyone and welcome to today's very special stream, the PR analysis stream of your submitted runs over the last week. I have 20 videos in total and I have no idea how long this will take, but I will try to get 5 runs per hour, maybe even more, but 5 at least, to get it done within 4 hours or a bit less. I don't know. We will see. And to just see if my setup works, I'll already load the first run of tonight's stream. And that is from Sphere. Alright, so it's Luigi Raceway. Looks like it's working. Have to increase the volume. Definitely. But there are a few runs which are very loud, so I have to be careful. But before I start, I welcome all the viewers in the chat, namely Slim, Yoshi Star, Marvel Girl, Rudania, Pokemon, Vesper, Seal, Darkling, and all the lurkers. If you want me to turn the volume down on specific runs, you can say that even in advance, at the right moment, you know. Okay, so the first run is on Luigi Raceway. I will go through the tracks chronologically. Let me know if this... Yeah, it's still displaying everything. Okay. So I will go from track to track and then start, if there are, and most of the time it is the case, if there are several runs on the same track, I will go from the worst ranked time to the best ranked time. And on most tracks, I will have 2 runs from different people, and I have 10 tracks in total out of 16. So we have Luigi Raceway, Koopa Troopa Beach, Calimari Desert, Choco Mountain, Wario Stadium, Royal Raceway, Bowser's Castle, Donkey Kong's Jungle Parkway, and Rainbow Road. And I didn't activate streamer mode in Discord. So let me do that now to mute it. There we go. All right. So yeah, the first run is from Sphere. I use the Discord name, so if you have a different name on Twitch, let me know. Just labeled it with the Discord names, and it is a NTSC run, ranked 183 in the world, a 31.73, and that's the first run of the night. So on short runs I will just let it run and then say something after the run. If it's very long, I may pause in between, and I'll definitely replay a few runs multiple times. Yo, Parisian. But here we go for the first run. Let's have a look. Okay, that was the lap. I hope the volume was fine. If it's too loud or the opposite, let me know. And who is Feel here on Twitch? I would like to know before I say anything. Is Feel present in the chat? Ah, it's CLRV. Okay, all right. Okay. So I have a few pointers for you. Let's just start here. Try to release the MT a little bit later. You released it here early. So what I do, let's go back. If you saw my runs, it's not mandatory, but it's a method I used for many years. Stay a bit further left and start the slide a bit earlier so you have enough time, especially in NTSC. If your toggle is not super fast yet, you can still work on it. Then start everything a bit earlier so that you are not forced to rush through it and possibly have a bad angle because you're tilted very far to the left already. Yo, enter. You didn't submit anything. Why not? Okay, so release it a bit later, but it's still okay. And then you do 1, 2, 3. The last one carried you a bit further right than needed, so maybe try to get that in the center, in the middle of the road, and then head for the inner line as soon as possible, a bit earlier than this. And then the first turn, 1, 2, that took you a bit too long. 3. Try to get the third one finished earlier than this. And yeah, you had to rush the next one and you got a bad angle on that one. That's why it was a bit late. So if you finish it earlier, you can glide further. So every time you release an MT, try not to steer too much. Try to use the glide to your advantage. And if you are right at the end of the turn when you do that, you can glide more. And there's a strat where you do right facing SSMT on this straight, but it's quite hard. So left facing is alright, you can do that. Bit wide, but of course you know that. Okay, so this MT release is maybe a little bit late, but most importantly, you end up too far on the right lane. As soon as you release that one, just cross the road and go glide with the MT, glide to the left side of the road. Okay, yeah, that is oversteered, oversteering in general. Try to steer less or get a better angle, but of course that was not on purpose, I guess. But try to counter steer very quickly on this slide so you don't end up shrooming into the wall. I think, let's go back a bit. Yeah, I think you started the slide and you waited with the shroom because you started it in the middle of the road and now you shroomed. So go with this MT release, go to the left side immediately and shroom immediately when you go into the slide there and you leave the track. The triple shroom was quite nice. Let's watch it again. This was good. Second shroom looked very nice. Third shroom, you still have it going and you already reached the road again. So try to wait a little bit more until you approach the track again. Just cut it a bit closer to the left and risk more. And then a quick counter steer, or let's say a quick toggle, and straighten out and finish the lap on the left side if possible. So I hope that was helpful and I could give you some pointers to improve. If you have any questions, then let me know. If I didn't explain something well enough to understand it. Otherwise, we move on to the next one. All right, sounds good. It will be harder for me to find obvious pointers for the very tough, the very high ranked runs here among the submitted ones. So the next one is from Pokemon on the same track, Luigi Raceway, ranked 166 on the chart, but it's a 3-lap run. And it's NTSC again, 139.65. Here we go. What is this shroom strat? 120? Let's see. Oh, interesting. Right facing all the way. I mean, it's personal preference. So again, I will watch the entire run before I say anything. And it's a Yoshi run. Okay, one shroom on the first lap. Mystery boost. Actually not sure if he got the mystery boost. Now the 2 shroom. Final turn. Okay. So I have to check something. Give me a few seconds. I have to see what the speed is for the mystery boost because I couldn't really hear it. So I have to look up a video and have a look at the speedometer. So mystery boost is the 1 shroomer. Oh yeah. So that's what I guessed. You have 60 kilometers per hour if you get the mystery boost. All right. What? Ashley only plays DKJP and Moo Farm? Ah, you don't want to play them anyway. Yeah, okay. Well, your decision. All right. So yeah, same track. So some advice will be similar. It's also ranked only a bit higher than the one from Seal. Okay, let's have a look again. And Pokemon, you're on the chat, right? Okay, first question. Are you more comfortable with this start? With the right facing MT? It's just interesting. I mean, you can do it, but try to get the second MT then. This is the first one. Oh yeah, hold it a bit longer if you can. See, you already finished your drift and you released it, but you can still see the exhaust being red or orange, so the shroom is still working. That's also a mistake I do sometimes, or it just happens with a bad line. Try to hold the start boost slide until the shroom runs out. And of course you need a good angle, and Luigi Raceway is not the widest but also not the narrowest track. So try to hold that start slide longer and get the maximum out of that slide. Like a shroom slide, it's faster than going straight with a shroom. So hold that longer. And then for the second one, it would be good, since you're doing it right facing, if you go to the left lane and finish it on the left middle of the track. You got carried a bit far to the right, so try to go further left if you can do that with the right facing slide. It's not the easiest. And then your next drift should be should have a shorter distance to the turn, to the inner line. You held this one a bit longer to avoid running into the sand. Maybe that's the result of that. Here we go. First, second, third, and fourth. You had to rush between third and fourth a little bit. So if you try and start everything a little bit earlier, you have more time there. But it's good that you did 4. I think Seal only did 3. As you progress, you have a quicker toggle and more precision, so you can do another one. So maybe that's also an advice for Seal. Try to do 4, if you can, 4 MTs in the turn, during the turn. Okay, a little correction to do the right facing MT. That's good if you get it nicely. A little bit of sand, so that's a time loss, obvious. I guess everyone hears it. No matter on which level you are, you can hear the sound of touching off-road surface. Alright, tunnel MT. Correction here, little correction. This is a spot I can generally say you need a bit luck. It's super precise here on the steep part. Also on world record runs, it's very precise to avoid getting this little bump and losing contact to the surface for a short time. So that's a time loss I also get. Okay, a bit wide. And now the shroom already ran out and you didn't get the mystery boost. That's what I was checking. If you get it, you have 60 kilometers per hour. So I think you didn't get it. Which means try to hit the wall during the shroom, right at the end of it. That's always what I was aiming for. On the last few frames of the shroom. Let's see again. Okay, a bit far to the right here. And now your comfort zone again with right facing MTs. No, only one. Yeah, that's straight. If you, as soon as you get better in the game in general, that straight will be less snaking around. But lately we've changed strats to do right facing, left facing MT, so alternating between them. You can do it. It's okay. A little bit of sand again, but you got the 4 MTs. That's good. Little correction to do the right facing one. That was wide. Tunnel entrance was a bit wide. Yeah, you corrected a bit too much here, so you went a bit further left. And there's a lot of space. So just try to stay closer there. Also, you corrected again on the steep uphill part. That can be problematic because it can bump you up a little bit, and then if you correct your line, you lose even more. So I'm always releasing the MT, go in a straight line, glide up the hill, and hope I don't get the bumps because it's very precise. Okay, double shroom now. Yeah, I think that was quite well timed. That looks good. If you do the double shroom, you can leave the road a little bit earlier than on the first lap when you only have 1 shroom. So that looked good. Also, you positioned your cart well, I would say. So you could glide and you didn't have to correct instantly, and you were in a comfortable spot for the next MT. That one was a bit much steering. Didn't get the best line there. The others were better. Here we go, final lap. 2, 3, 4. and right facing. You always do this little correction. In general, it's not bad, but I would say you already had a good line here before you corrected your line. Let's see again. If you just keep driving like this, you will get into the center. Of course, you need the confidence for a big SSMT right facing here. But if it's your general preferred side, I would say just go straight and then correct the line in this situation. And then try to get the MT. But yeah, maybe it's just getting used to a quicker counter steering right at the beginning of your slide. You did well to get a good line into the tunnel here. That was definitely, yeah, very tight, so it was good. Oh, there was some bumps. Can be bad luck. Very precise again. Bumping in the tunnel already. Little bit. Oh yeah, I would say if you do the 0 Shroomer lap, you go out of the tunnel. Try to stay on the right lane longer. You left the right lane quite early. I mean, once you committed to a direction, then go for it. But try to, yeah, go with the turn a little longer and then release it. Yo, hey, Agvansky. And then you won't have too much trouble with the next drift. But you had to correct again, and you were a bit late on this drift. So if you do everything further right, you can start it earlier and then you have more time. 1, 2, 3. The fourth one carried you a bit further to the right. It was a bit wide. And if you start the first one earlier, then you have a better line here, I think, for the last one. And then final MT. But yeah, you have to be quick on the last turn, definitely, because it's shorter, it's sharper than the first turn. And if you want to do 4 MTs there, they are quite fast in succession. So that was the second run and the last one on Luigi Raceway. The next one will be on Koopa Troopa Beach from Slim. And it's a 31:24 Apal run. By the way, I've decided to have the stream on 25 frames per second because many runs are PAL runs. And I think it's displaying well enough on the NTSC runs. So yeah, Pokemon, I hope that was helpful for you. And let's go to the next run. I'll just watch it at first. Quite a short lap, but there's a lot I noticed and it's very technical. So 31:24. I forgot to mention that it is ranked 58 on the players page. So 58. And we start already here with the approach and the lining up. Okay, here's where the lap starts. I think, Slim, you should aim a bit further left. So to the end, the ledge of the rock. It's your worst time, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot you can work on. I try to start a bit further right. You don't have to be very far down, but definitely a bit further right off the post. And then you aim for this spot. That's where you want to aim for, this little ledge. Oh, I think you don't see the mouse, right? You see the mouse? No, you don't. Sorry. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's the end of that rock ledge, and that's where you should aim. Yeah, definitely, yes. And that way you have a shorter distance. And hopefully a better angle for the next turn. Okay, I would say shroom a bit earlier. Not much, but a little bit. Your shroom is still going here. Maybe if you shorten your distance, your shroom will also carry you all the way to this spot or to the corner just before it. But if you have a shorter distance, it should carry you far enough. Okay, this corner here, try to go much tighter around it. So do this hop earlier. Sorry, I keep pointing with my mouse, you can't see that. 1 hop, 2 hops. Do them quicker in succession. Hop, hop. Where the arrow is, 2 hops. Hop, hop, and then you stay tighter, closer to the rock. That shroom is good. That was good timing, so it carries you until this corner. That's where the shroom runs out. Oh, you can see my mouse? Really? I was just checking. Interesting. I don't see it in OBS. But you can see it. Oh, great. Okay. Not sure why OBS is not picking it up, but that's good. Okay, I can continue to use my mouse then. Open my eyes. It's definitely not showing in OBS. Definitely not showing. It's the VLC player here. It disappears. Yeah. That's the same for me. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, in general, the timing of this MT is good. But there's a crucial spot where you can save a lot of time. If you stay very close to this ledge of the rock, there is, maybe you can notice that Yoshi is a bit tilted to this side. Just a little bit. It's a slope. Very little, but it is a slope. And if you stay very close to this line here, yeah, it's almost like a mystery boost. You will maintain your speed, and it's definitely noticeable once you get it. So try to really hug that rock. And then if you feel really comfortable, don't correct your line here and go for this gap. Try to aim a bit further left and then go for the gap between the rock and the palm tree. I mean, even if you don't, you can go a bit further left here, so cut it closer. Also, around the ramp here, that's quite a lot of space. You can cut it a bit closer and go here. Okay, you were a bit unlucky here. You entered with the ramp empty in a turn, but you landed so far right. That's where I sometimes glitch through the ground, and it almost happened to you, I think. Okay, so you did it before with the palm tree. So that was almost glitching through the ground here. And it slows you down. You can hear it, and if you played it a lot, you can also feel it. It slowed you down a bit. Okay, that was just a bit wide. So you have to do everything a little bit earlier. Heavy left turn. That's okay. And this next hop was a bit late, so you ended up wide. And I would say at the end you can go further left. So you shroom. And on this corner here, you can turn a little. Once you've cleared this corner, turn just a little left and then counter steer immediately again. So you get a little turn, but then go into a straight line again, or however you call it. Yeah, if you counter steer, you don't turn, but you still slide, you know. So you end up further further here, not so far on the outer, on the out here. And then maybe you avoid more of the water as well. Yeah, definitely aim a bit further left, yes. Oh, also finish further right. That depends on the water, of course. I have to see. But yeah, you were good to go a bit further right. In the shallow water, if the tires are in the water, it's still good for a bit. It won't slow you down. Okay, I will watch the third shroom again. In entirety. So, turn a bit left more. And then aim for this. Maybe you have to start the lap a little bit earlier then. Depends on your speed, but rather aim for this. Don't aim for the ledge, aim further right when you finish. Yeah, you aimed here even. That's too far left. So your distance is longer. Okay. I hope I got some helpful pointers for you. That was Slim's Koopa Troopa Beach lap. And we have plenty of time for the next one, which is another Koopa Troopa Beach fast lap. I think Glenn is not here. He's probably asleep or he will wake up very soon. I think he's an early riser. But yeah, this is the best of today's times. It is ranked 6th in the world and I won't find much about it. It's a 30, what is it? Nice. 3088 from Super Odin. Oh, here we go, Slim. That is good education for you. That's a good aim. I start maybe a little bit further left, but this is still good. And aiming for this ledge. That's a good confirmation. So this is a top 6 time. 0.13 behind the world record. Yeah, that was nice. Oh, this is good for Slim. Great video evidence. All right. So Glenn is not here, but in case he's watching the video on demand, and I'll just assume it. This is very good at the beginning. Maybe a little bit further left, just a little. So you really cut it very tight here because this ledge, you can partly go onto it with the tires. A bit like Choco Mountain, there are also spots here on Koopa Troopa Beach where you can touch this the small parts of the rock, the very end of it, without getting kicked out or slowed down. But in general, that's very good. There's just a little bit of space, but not here. He's cutting it very close here. So that is almost optimal first shroom. Going in a straight line. Yeah, very tight around here. And now Slim, the double hop. Hop. He does it quite well. So I don't see much to improve there. It's just a few pixels maybe. 100th here, 100th there. Yeah, that's good. Very risky here. Already turning before this corner and almost crashing against it. I mean, it's a corner which just eats all your speed, but very good execution. And now comes the thing I told you about this flat surface. Look how close he is on the rock. And he gets this high speed corner with shrieking tires. Little correction here. I don't know if that's 100th. I don't know. But I had to correct the line a little. Otherwise, he would have run against the palm tree. Okay. Jumping here. That's good. Also quite close here. Oh, that's a little mistake. He was not comfortable and not happy about the line, so he corrected it a little before the ramp. Yeah, to go further right. I think that's okay, but ideally you don't have to correct your line and you aim for that anyway. Okay, so entering the tunnel further left than on Slim's run by turning. If you don't really see what happens here, it is counter steering, and now at the end of the ramp going with the turn. So you don't counter steer anymore, you turn left. And that, yeah, turns you left in the air and brings you quite close here, much further left than Slim was. So it's A, a better line, and B, it won't slow you down as much as soon as you hit the tunnel ground here. Then the quick charge, that looks quite good. A little bit wider than it could have been, but that's criticism on very high level. And now he turns again here, approaching this corner. He turns again. Maybe he could have held the slide more. Could have held it. Just a little. I have to see that shroom again. Yeah, just a little. It's not much. And then at the end, aiming quite far right, like here, even right of this ledge, and driving through the shallow water, but not very long. Now the water is catching up, and now he finishes. So yeah, maybe a few hundreds lost here and there, but I didn't see many things and not very obvious things. I mean, Koopa Troopa Beach fast lap was historically not my best flap, so I have been struggling to get something below 80 for a while. But this is a top time, ranked 6th in the world, so it's great. Yo, PhD. And I'm talking so much, I need some hydration. Before we move on to the next track. Which is Calimari Desert. And it is Pokemon once again with a time ranked 160 on the charts. A 3-lap run, so I'm looking forward to see the Shroom Strat here. Let's go. It's not direct capture, so great colors. I'll try to get my eyes trained for that. Do my best. But yeah, I can see where the road ends. It's not easy to see, but I can see it. Okay, 2 shrooms on lap 1. Oh yeah, the classic, not doing the hill hops. I've done that for a lot, or for a long time. So it's 201. It's been so long, I didn't know what the Shroom Strat is at his pace to avoid the trains. For a moment I thought, oh, going for the hill hops now. Just delayed MT. And hello center. Just beating the train. Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure at which pace you should switch strats, but I think 201 can carry you quite far until you go for 102. I would have to look up at what pace people start to do different strats. But since you just beat the last train, I think there's still quite a lot of time to go until you have to switch strats. Okay, so here we go again. You're shrooming and then hopping, I think. Is that correct? Shroom, hop, yeah. I've done that in a kind of pre-hop style for a long time, but I had to learn that I was wrong about it. So the optimal way would be to jump into a little slide here, and there's a ledge coming up, or let's say a little peak of one of the hills. So optimally, but it's not very important, if you do a little pre-hop over this peak of the hill, that's how I call it for now, you will get less air afterwards and you return sooner onto the off-road sand. So you have contact with that sand earlier, and that allows you to turn or to control the kart in general, control it better. So it is a high level method, I would say. It's very important on the fast lap, but maybe try to switch it to a jump into a slide and then shroom. If that's too hard, then just keep your method how you do it right now. A ridge, yeah. So if it's too hard, then just stick with how you do it. I've done it for a long time until top level times. It's not super important. But I would say hop, shroom. And then obviously you turned a little too much. Here on this last ridge, you turned a bit too much, and after that you get airborne and you lose control, so you can't do anything about this crash here. You were just turning too much. So that's an obvious mistake. If you don't do it, you will have control over the kart sooner to start this MT or this slide. Start it earlier, of course, so that you finish it about here. And then also this one should come earlier. It's a chain of being late on everything. You couldn't do much about it then. And this one, you should also start earlier. You had a bit time there, so start that one earlier. Let's say glide along this cactus already. There's the turn already, and you are still charging the MT. So you get more out of these MTs then. Glide further. Yeah, I would say that shroom was nice. You can't get with one shroom, you can't get to the road again. So that's a good aim. Once you release it, go straight, don't turn. And then at some point you start the slide again to return to the road, and you did that quite well. But after you release this one, which you did very well, glide a bit. Always glide and use the MT speed until you jump again. You jumped quite early again. I mean, it's NTSC. I am used to PAL, but I would still say it's a bit early. Okay, next two. And another one. I think you got that one. Let's see again. I don't have the sound. Maybe I should turn up the sound on my TV. I want to hear if you got that MT. If you got it, you were a bit lucky, but you didn't lose time. Oh yeah, you got it. You got it. Yeah. So that is the optimal case. If you bump into a wall or rail with the back of your kart, but you have the MT charged, that actually helps you to reduce straightening out, or the movement you have to do to straighten out. So that was good for you. That one was a bit late. That was good. Release it here. Before you go over this little bump. Okay, no hill hops. Just stay close to the left. That was actually a good strat. There's another, yeah, little ridge, however you call it. And you try to jump over it. If you jump a little sooner, you still get a pre-hop kind of feeling. And then you get back to the road sooner, have contact. So do that a little bit earlier. Okay, again, like lap 1, you wait a bit too long here. Especially now that you didn't come from here. You have a lot of time going straight, and you should start the slide about here. Maybe here at the latest. But again, like lap 1, it's a bit too late and you end up wide a bit. This was cutting it very close. If you have a shroom, that would be a good line. But shroomless, there's a little slope which drags you towards the left here and towards the rail. So I always go a bit further here. Every world record run has it, I think, also Dan. So it is just generally better, because of this slope dragging you towards the left, to have a bit of space and then you go in such a line towards the rail. Just a bit later. And you also, yeah, you touch the rail because of it. And then 1, 2, 3. That was a bit oversteering. Yeah. And you bump the rail again. You know it. It can be done better. And then the fourth one, you should end up here on the left. Maybe it was following that rail bump. This one here. Yeah, you tried to correct it. So you should release it now, and you released it here, so that's a bit late and was getting you a wide line. Also late on the next MTs. Oh, that was better. This was better than you did on lap 1. You released it here already, and then you went down. Because this little peak also has a downhill on the other side, peak of the hill. It's very small, but it can give you a little speed boost. Yeah, oversteering is a general problem. I also have sometimes, but maybe even more so on these controllers, I don't know. Okay, final lap. Yeah, oversteered again. That's just time consuming. If you steer too much, more than you want, and then you have to counter steer longer than you want, just to go back a little bit to the center of the road and not leaving the road. You had to avoid leaving the road there. Oh, now you held the slide very long because of a previously long held slide, I think. So you couldn't do this little pre-hop. That was better on lap 2. Same thing again, very late on this right turn. And this cut it very close. Oh yeah, you did it better here on lap 3 than 2. So you just have to repeat this. A bit further away from the rail, and you're not hugging the rail, not touching it. And then one shroom. That was good at the beginning, good line, but you actually held it too long. Now the shroom ran out and you're still in the slide. The speedometer, you can hardly see it, but it dropped quite far. So release the MT a bit earlier there. It's just practicing the timing. Okay, 3 MTs. Maybe do them a bit quicker in succession. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, waited a bit too long, but it's not easy here. You have little time on NTSC. But you are on the straight, and doing an MT you should do at the end of the turn. And then you could have a longer glide. That one I would also recommend to do further right. And don't hold it that long. Again, this one you did best on lap 2. That was the best of all 3 laps. You released it about here on lap 2. That was very good. And it carried you further over this little hill. Here you held it until you were past the hill or the ridge. And that's it. All right. I have a super dry mouth and we are approaching the 1 hour mark. So I will do a little break now. And yeah, I did 5 runs, 5 out of 20. So I got my average for now. So stay tuned for more. There will be more Calimari Desert coming up after the break. Okay, I'm back with the next Calimari Desert run, actually done on emulator by Sketchy. It would rank 112th if it was done on console and on the rankings. And I think it is a fast lap, yeah. It's a bit loud. Let me turn it down a bit. Here we go. And then on the Japanese version. That was very interesting. Okay. There we go. 32.97. Alright, first of all, is Sketchy in the chat? The one sketchy boy. Yo, Blackwing. I don't know if Sketchy plays on the keyboard, no idea. I don't know. But here we go. So, just the comparison to the run from Pokemon. Sketchy is doing what I suggested. Hopping, a bit late, so not getting the best pre-hop over the ridge, but still doing the hop into the slide first, and then shrooming. So in that order. And that was quite the good line. It's NTSC, so it looks very rushed, but you don't have too much time after you land to get a little bit of glide and then do the next drift. I would say it's still a bit too close together. It is done on the keyboard. Wow. Amazing. How can you drive this well on a keyboard? Okay, this is counter steering too much. So you should drift here and go with the turn. But this is counter steering all the way. That's why he ends up so far in the middle. If you go and start turning here, you will end up being in a better position here or have a better angle, and then you stay on the left side of the road. So that was too far in the middle. If you stay on the left, then you should slowly go into the middle while gliding after the MT. And this is what I said is interesting. I guess he doesn't like right-facing MTs here. So left-facing is risky. If you end up too far left, what just happened? You can do a left-facing MT here, but it has to be very quick. So you still end up in the middle or on the right at best. So that is a bit wide. This is also a bit too late. Releases the MT right here, I would say. That is definitely late. Yeah, you can release it a bit earlier and go through this sign here. It's not solid. So MT about here, maybe. Let's say here. And go through that sign. Release the MT about here. Okay, the aim after the late release was good. Good shroom. Double shroom. Yeah, not much I can say about the double shroom. That looked pretty good. For a time ranked outside 100. Top 100, that's good. That's an obvious mistake. He knows it. But just to say, yeah, definitely on the off-road sand here. Don't feel too bad, Blackwing. That's why I did this for you and I offered this. And the second one, the third one. And now I was expecting a right facing MT, but he leaves it out completely and starts this one very early. So it has to do this too long, hold this too long. Should have done it a bit later. And the very last MT release was a tad late. And there we go. So if this is done with a keyboard, amazing. Very well done with a keyboard. I've played with a keyboard before, not long, but I've done it. And it's not good compared to a joystick. Definitely not recommendable. So the next run is by Slim again, and it's still Calimari Desert. A 3-lap run, ranked 27th on the charts. Is this your best run, Slim? I think it is. I think you said you submitted your best and worst, and something in between. Yo, Coconut. And Parisian and everyone I missed. That's right? Okay. So let's see. A 2:05.99. Wow, it's a cut by half a second? 2:06.50? Oh, we get some hill hopping. I was not prepared for that. But yeah, nice, because we had a 3-lap run already without hill hopping. And this is obviously PAL. This is slow. It's not Slim, it's just the system. Oh yeah, lap 2 hill ups. Oh, this is quite interesting. It's a 102 shroom strat with hill ups. I've never done this strat, I think. I still did 111. I'm gonna start going through the train. Without hill ups, I mean. Okay. Interesting. I just feel like I get a stiff neck if I don't change the position of my couch. So before I analyze this, very, very short setup break, a few seconds. Okay, this is a better position now. So let's load it again. I have enough to talk, or I have a lot to talk. It's just an interesting strat. And yeah, 27th, not the biggest mistakes in it, of course. That's a good rank. I think the first one Slim already knows. You were very far on the left side here, so you had to correct your line by a lot to avoid this corner here. So yeah, try to aim a bit further right. Maybe here. You can still aim for the rock, of course, because this is a slope which goes from up left to right here, down right. So aiming here would be ideal, I guess. And it would carry you a bit further right anyway. But it's too far left. Okay, and then I noticed on all the laps that you do 4 hops. And that is one more than I am doing. Okay, that was 3. That is the same number. But it's coming off the shroom. 1, 2, 3. A bit. It was still good. I wouldn't say late on this ridge. But now you do the MT. 1, 2, 3, 4. So when you release the MT, you have to glide a little. Even if it's off-road. Just wait a little bit. MT release. And maybe start hopping here. You land off your first hop already. 1, 2, 3. So only do 3 hops. And then the tricky part of the hill hops is to be super close to this rock here. To this corner. To get a maximum height and get null tires. That's very tough. And what I did wrong for many years even, but it took me months to figure out back in the day when I was battling this with Abney, I didn't steer slightly. I always went straight, or I steered very, very far on the joystick. So the key for good hill hopping is to hop while holding the joystick slightly tilted to the left. And that's something I struggle with on other tracks as well, but you don't do it very often. So the key is to gently move the joystick a little and keep it in that position, and then keep hopping, hopping, hopping. And I'm not the best at that, I would say. Also hello Puma and Rack Attack. Yo Rack Attack, your runs are still coming up. So you went in a straight line. That's something I also do sometimes. And then you did a heavy turn. But you couldn't do it much better from this position, I think. Okay, this one. Let me look at it again. Oh yeah, after you release the MT, you straightened out a bit early, sorry. So I would say turn a bit further left after you release that MT. So you rather aim here, a bit further left. But it's not much, you got a good line. But you don't have to avoid this, you can slide over it. So you can slide over this part of the train tracks. You don't have to go here, I think. Okay, that looked good. Both good. And another one, yeah, nice. Good shroom. Maybe you can shroom a little bit further left. Let me see it again. Beginning is super strong. It's alright. Maybe a little bit further left to just cut a bit more, but that's marginal. And then try to finish the MT very far to the left here. You're coming from off-road, so try to really nail that line. Don't go too far into the middle. And then you're a little bit wide here. Also wide. I would also do these quicker in succession. 1, 2, 3, done. So yeah, a bit late on these. Next one is good. That one as well. Again, same advice. It's only a small time loss. But try to release the MT here before you go over this little ridge. Or however you call it. Don't hold it after. Okay, lap 2. Hop. Hop, hop. Oh, you do 4 hops again, yeah. Only 3. 1, 2, 3. So I think you slow down at the beginning a little. Yeah, I think you start doing them a bit early. And you are a bit slower than necessary, and then you have space for 4 hops. But you should only do 3. 1, 2, 3. Last one was good. But again, you release the MT here. You release the MT. And you hop very early. And there's not much you get from the glide on off-road. But you get a little bit. And by hopping so early, you cut down on that again. So you lose more speed than necessary. Only do 3 hops. But your last one is good again. You've got the timing down for that. And the next steps here are the same like on lap 1. This is different from lap 1. No shroom here. That little correction, of course, costs you a little bit time. 4 and returning to the road. As soon as you return to the road, release the MT. Bit late on it. 1, 2, 3. Also a bit late. Try to get them a bit earlier. If you get them a little bit earlier done, you can glide longer on the straight. If you're done now already, you can glide a bit longer. Also on this one, you would have a bit more time to glide. But it's not much. And the same as lap 1. Release the MT now. Don't hold it too long. Alright, lap 3. Yeah, same again. You do 4 hops instead of 3. Yeah, you do the first one very early. So you start or you finish the MT here and start the glide. Just glide longer. Glide a bit longer and then do the hops. And then what is problematic on the hill hops, it's very tough. Stay close to the rock. Super risky, but it pays off even more because you are on off-road surface. Yeah, and the same again for the last hill hops. 3 instead of 4. And I think it's similar to what I did. I think you are not turning slightly during the hops. Maybe on the last one you did. That could be a slight turn. Yoshi's head leaning. Look at Yoshi's head. Straight. Here turning a little, yeah. So yeah, slight turning all the time. That's the key for the hill hops. It's not a great technique in my opinion, but it is hard but good. And then, but you got the null tires. That's nice. Yeah, you couldn't hear the sand here, so you got the null tires, and that's much faster if you look at the speedometer and compare it to runs where you're not getting it. It is much faster. Also, I would keep this glide of this MT just a little longer. Don't immediately jump, but maybe you did because of the train. I don't have the train here in this position on my runs. Oh, that is a car tilt. Rarely. I haven't seen it on your run. But you didn't straighten out properly here. So there's always a time loss. Okay, this looks good again. A bit afraid of the train. Understandable. But you went a bit wide. As soon as you get a few hundreds saved, or let's say 1/10 or so, the train is further back and then you can cut a bit more. You can risk a lot more. Nerves, yeah. I sometimes do crazy stuff when I'm nervous and oversteer, overcorrect my line or something. And you did the opposite, I guess. Okay, so general advice. If you do this strat and you still have 2 shrooms and the train is not there, cut more. But I completely understand you didn't do it. As soon as you have more space, go here, like on the fast lap, go through this sign and closer to the left. But yeah, you had to adjust a bit. The double shroom looked good. It's just the finish. Now, MT release. But you kept sliding a bit too long. So speed dropped, the shroom ran out. Bit too late. Okay, I would say that was the best of the 3, but you still released that one a little bit late. Now you passed the ridge and now you release it. And of course, that's something I practice so much on the fast lap. Try to really get this left side finish. Maybe slight correction of your line now that the turn goes further left. But in a high pressure situation, you just go straight into the finish. I've done that tons of times. Yeah, I hope you find it useful. You're welcome. I think that's what you say in English. But it's a good run. It's definitely good. It has many good things. So you did a good job on it. And it's such an interesting strat. I have never done 1-0-2 with hill hops. I've never done that. I always stuck to my shroom strat until I did 1-1-1 runs already. Through the train, I was still not doing hill hops on all 3 laps. Okay, yeah, it doesn't get worse now because we arrive in Yoshi Star Land and he submitted 3 runs, 2 of them coming up now, on Choco Mountain. The first one is the 3 lap. Now it's a bit louder. I noted down one person who submitted very loud videos, but it's not Yoshi Star. Okay, so 156.73, here we go. Against the ghost. And not shrooming here, okay. That's not a mistake, it's just different. And it's ranked 17th. So I won't find the big mistakes here. Yo, shrooming here. So it is still 1-1-1 shrooms. Oh! Of course it happens on all levels, not only for me. Nice that you still got a PR out of it. And look how many times he goes onto the mountain with 1 tire. That's what I said on Koopa Troopa Beach, and it's even more obvious here. There's so many spots where you can do that. Ah, that looks smooth. Oh, nice risk. Great time gain. I mean, you saw it on the Ghost. Oh, but the Ghost also had it, I think. So yeah, lap 2 was the best with clean hills, but it was not only about the hills. All right. Here we go again. Why no shroom? I'm just kidding. It's an alternative shroom spot to use. Okay, so let me look at it again. I would do another hop in the end. That's just my personal opinion. Like at this point, another hop. But you managed it well. Okay, tunnel exit was good. It's just a rhythm thing if you do that turn without a shroom. Yeah, not much I can see here. That was good. A good string of MTs. This one carried you too far to the right. I mean, you see it at the Ghost, on the Ghost, what Yoshi-Star could have done. So that's obvious. Okay, now comes the juicy turn here. You were a bit wide, and what I already noticed on the first view, on the first watch, you delay your hops just a little bit. Yeah. The last few hops here, try to hop as soon as you land. That slowed me down every time I didn't manage to do that. So hop a bit faster if you can. And yeah, of course the shroom can be done a bit closer, at least at the beginning. At the end of the shroom you need a little bit space, but here, at this moment. I think the Ghost does it better as well, so it's obvious. A bit wide. Also on this turn a bit wide. Always try to hug that turn. This is nice. Yeah. The last turn is a mystery sometimes. I guess you released... Here's the bumpy part. I think you released the MT a little bit too early, what I also do. Thousands of times I have done it. And then you lose a bit of speed and you can't make it. You also aim a bit to the left, not perfectly like the Ghost. Again, the Ghost shows how it can be done. And you bump the hill. That was a good shroom. Can be done a little bit tighter again, but not by much. The turn here is super good. This one is just a little off, but not by much. And then you do the correction, which I always do as well, so it's needed. Just try to keep it small and not too much. And if you have a small correction, a better line, and you do a small correction, you also save time and you can start the slide earlier, shroom earlier, everything. Or not shroom, you don't do a shroom here. Of course, I also do it only on lap 1. Again, just my opinion, I would do another hop in the end. Hop. Okay, you did the SSMT in the tunnel better on lap 1, so just copy that. It was super close with this corner of the rock, so you just managed well to not get bounced off to the left, which can happen. So you didn't have the ideal line. The Ghost has a slightly better position because you are very far to the right. So ideally you would hit the wall here with the back of the card and still get the SSNT. But just getting the MT and continuing is a good job. Just had to be sure not to hit it here on the left. Okay, I haven't talked about this part on lap 1 because you did it so well. Now you're a little bit wider. Yeah, just a little bit. And you went over this, another rock which you can drive over. And it is good to save runs, but of course, ideally you don't do it. Try to be a little bit further left. Bit late. That was on time again. And that's a better line than on lap 1. 1, 2, 3. So that's the normal shroom MT strat here. Again, you delay your hops a little bit, and that's definitely slowing you down on this turn. So hop a bit faster. Maybe you have to do one additional hop in the end. That's something you have to practice and get used to. Okay, I would say the first one was a bit wide. Let me watch it again. Yeah, this one. This is a bit wide. And the finish carried you too far to the middle of the road. Rather, you really attack this corner. Risk it. It's another one you can drive over. Yeah, the Ghost does it much better, so like the Ghost did. Yeah, look at the difference in lines. Okay, now I think you released the MT after this bumpy area. That probably brought you the nice smooth hills with a great line. And you did the pre-hop. Okay, a little bit late, not much, but late on the turning. So the Ghost, yeah, you can see it very well. Just look at the Ghost. It catches up. But this was nerves of steel, Michael. Very nice turn. Releasing the MT, being super aggressive. Look at the tires. Look at him jumping. That's perfect, that's perfect. And you smashed the Ghost, or you kept it behind now. That was nice, well done. Tunnel exit on almost every lap can be done further left. So at least here, a bit further left, because you have this surface like on Koopa Troopa Beach. It's similar, where you can maintain higher speed if you stay close. A bit wide here. And oversteered just a little, so yeah, you went onto the mountain. Luckily you didn't get a crash. Bit further right than necessary. But again, we are talking about lap 3, it's high pressure. A bit wide here as well, so stay closer to the rail, but it's super risky. The rail is unforgiving. And again, some of these hops have to be done closer to another. That was nerves of steel again. Look at the right tires. Perfect. And here you attack this corner. That's what I was talking about. Muchacho. You can attack this like you did on every lap and have a better line. And I guess the interior release is just slightly early here again. So that can be the reason, but I'm not 100% sure for the bad hills. But this had some very strong parts. Very strong. The first turn was lap 3, yeah. First turn, no, it is the second right turn on lap 3. And also where you shroomed on lap 1, that spot on lap 3, these two were really good. You are surprised? Yeah. Copy it, copy it. Don't be surprised. Go for it. Okay. That was number 8. Number 9 out of 20 is Yoshi Star again with an even better run. The fast lap on Choco Mountain, 38.18. That is 12th in the world. Let's see. He's shrooming on this turn, yay. So Glenn got a 6th place on Koopa Troopa Beach, where I didn't see much, and there's a little bit more I can see here, but not very much. I mean, it's almost a top 10 time. Okay, flashing numbers. Where's my mouse? Okay, here we go. I would say good shroom timing. Frame early, but can't complain about that. Now, I'll be serious about this run, no jokes. Very good line. Maybe aim a bit further left so that your correction on this little S turn is smaller. You correct quite a lot, but that's a small mistake, talking about 100th here or so. Alright, you were close to it, but if you want to squeeze out more, you have to get the slow boost here. I think if you watched a few of my streams, you can get the slow boost if you risk a lot. And on a fast lap, you have to go for everything. So at this point, to cut down further and more, the slow boost is very helpful. It's not mandatory, but it's helpful. So what I noticed on your 3 lap and also here, on this SSMT, I get more outward momentum by doing it than you get. So maybe it's a controller condition, maybe it's the way you hold the joystick, I don't know. I get a more direct line getting closer to this wall when I finish the MT. And you are angled further, aiming further to the left. That means more counter steering, and this is a close one. I have a more straight approach to the tunnel exit. Look at this angle here. It's extreme. So if you are able to get this done earlier, yeah, maybe controller condition. It is not easy because you are driving downhill on a slope. So if you jump into the slide, maybe you have to delay your counter steer movement just a bit. Maybe. But yeah, it's not optimal how you exited the turn here, the tunnel, sorry. Can be aiming a bit further left if you come from the center. Bit wide. Again, talking about small details. But this here, this rock is drivable. Let's say it that way. So you can be more aggressive with the left tire. You can be almost on the rock. You went a bit wide and now you're going close again. Next is quite good. Here is also a bit wide. And this was nailed perfectly. Staying on the left, that's good. Again, for a fast lap, you need to close that gap to the rail to save more time here. And now the hopping timing again, hop timing. Maybe it was not as slow and spread apart, but you can still hop a bit sooner. Just go for it. And then instant shroom. Let me watch that again. I try to remember how I do this part. Sorry, I'm not sure. I don't want to talk bullshit. I have to get a quick look on my 89. If I shroom before I turn at all. These are such small details. I'm not always 100% sure how I do it. Okay, I have the video. You can't see it, but it's only a few seconds. Oh, damn it. Wrong spot, sorry. Okay, now I found the right spot. Okay, yeah. You do it like I do. So shrooming before you even move the joystick to the right. Yeah, shrooming instantly and then jumping to the right, from the left to the right transition into that slide. And that shroom was quite good, the line. Again, this corner here, you can be a bit more aggressive, like you were on lap 3 of your 3-lap PR. That's very good. And the MT release was, I guess, late enough to get the good hills. That's just an assumption I make. And the pre-hop. And boom, 18. So yeah, not many mistakes, not very big mistakes. And I don't know everything. I can also be wrong on certain details, but that's just my input on this very strong flap from Michael, aka Yoshi Star. Okay, number 10 on the list. Yep, number 10 is Wario Stadium Fast Lap from Dossie. And it is ranked 36 on the charts. A 127.23. Here we go. Another Yoshi run. So many Yoshi runs. Oh, wow. I think that's a first. But it's Wario Stadium. It's long and technical. But I think none of the other videos had a missed MT, did it? Or did they? Yeah, but how can you deal with the head leaning? All right. Let's watch it again. He went for it, but he didn't straighten out in time here, Dossie. So that's why he had this weird tilt instead of a straight jump. So yeah, doing this start is very technical and not easy. Excuse me. But it is doable. It is just enough time, just enough contact with this hill here to straighten out a bit more and go in a more direct line towards the next hill. But he just managed to steer more here on this hill, which is a little time loss, and continue and do a pre-hop. Oh yeah, you could see the stars there, so wall hit, obvious time loss. Okay, that was nicely done. Wow, it's loud. I didn't know I had the videos on lower volume, but that confirmed it because there was a subscription coming in from Scoots88. Hello and thank you for subscribing. So, good line here. Staying, oh yeah, shrooming instantly of course, but staying on white smoke for a bit, counter steering to get further away from the wall here, which is necessary. And then steering shortly inwards, turning inwards, counter steering again, and counter steering all the way with yellow smoke over this hill to get a parallel line but enough space between you and the wall. See, he needed that space. Was well done. And that is a big miss because you have the straight ahead of you, and that's a big time loss when you miss that one. During a turn it's less. Okay, at this point he should leave the counter steer position on the joystick, so from right, and turn left. Yeah, he did that. Ooh, but he snagged the wall there. A few more stars coming off the wall here. So that was unfortunate. Technically it was the right thing he did, but just a bit too much. So that part is tricky. Let's watch it again. Close here, release the MT, hop, hop. I think I do 2 hops here. So if you have to do sharper turns, then use the hops to your advantage. And here he steered to the left, and just unfortunate, but continued. A bit wide here. Yeah, on both. He's going super wide to get a safer approach on this room, not to crash on it. Yeah, and he's gradually, if that's the right word, going from the center of the hills to the right side. That's a safer way, but it's of course legitimate, whatever, to start further away from the wall to secure a good finish once you get the angle. Counter steering all the way. High bounce, that was a bit unfortunate. That is an early jump. I wouldn't do it that early. Release the MT and then turn, wait with the hop so you don't kill the MT speed. And he held the next one a bit long. The MT release should be here. There's a little hill. Here, there's this little hill. Get the smoke to orange when you come off the hill down. So you get all the speed with the MT downhill. Held it too long. It's safe and wide here again. Okay, but he released it early, so it worked out for him. He's a wider approach. He's taking a wider approach again, but then releasing it early. Okay, and now the hill hop. Oh no, the flip-flop MT, sorry. You have to release the MT here and flip the joystick to the other direction, to the left. Into the slide, counter steer before you get airborne here, which you did well. If you don't manage to counter steer early enough, you will fly to the left into the wall. So that flip-flop MT was nicely done. Once you land here, you start turning left again. It's very technical. Okay, a bit wide, but he did the flip-flop MT quite well. Okay, going all the way straight here. and shrooming up until here. Well timed, I would say. Bit wide on the finish, but the shroom was timed well. 1, 2, 3. Ah yeah, this one, he knows it, I guess. This one stayed on white smoke for very long. He toggled, but I guess not enough or too early during the drift. Now he gets it to yellow when you want it to be orange already. So he had to toggle here again, and that's why he went so wide. Correct it a bit and hop. No drift here, but that's super risky. That's a good line. Very good line. Not on the lowest part of this hill, not on the peak. In the middle of it. So you have enough space to the wall. He even corrected a bit. So I would say maybe it's a little bit high up that hill. But he wanted that space for security reasons, I guess. And then around here. Bit wide on it. I would also say leave that slide a bit longer. Stay in that slide a little bit longer than this. But yeah, he cut it super close, so can't blame him for that. And then hop, 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 hop. To get the sharpest possible turn. Alright. So yeah, the PR with the missed MT. I guess Wario Stadium is one of the tracks where it's the likeliest to happen because it's so long and so technical. It's still a nice run. I mean, it's ranked 36th, so that's definitely a nice time and criticism on quite the high level. So if he doesn't do the missed MT, and the slow charges and the wall bonks, that can be a very, very good time. Okay, so I think it's half time. I've gone through, 10 videos and almost 2 hours into the stream. So some hydration for my voice. And then I'll be back with more Wario Stadium. There's another run. So stay tuned. All right. So the second half continues on Wario Stadium with Mexican's fast lap, which is 2/10 faster. So maybe equal quality, equal pace, I should say, if you just count the missed MT from Dossie. A 1:27.03. Oh, what a capture card. That gives me VHS tape vibes. Or VAJ. VHS or VAJ? Maybe it is a VHS. I don't know. I should focus on the run though. And this is ranked 26th, by the way. 10 places above Dossie. Ooh. I thought he gets a wall clip, but he saved it. I thought that's the only way to go there, but no, it wasn't. Oh yes, style points. Nice. So it has some differences to Dossie's run. But it's also with Yoshi. So many Yoshis. And the flashing numbers, nice. Yo, Mexican, there you are. It's a capture card, yeah. No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just brainstorming what looked similar, and I think it was a VHS tape. Okay, here we go. I don't know if it's Yoshi or if both are similarly late on the start. I guess it's just very similar. Let me go back again. So straightening out here, it needs to be done very fast to avoid this tilt. But maybe it's just Yoshi. I apologize if I talk bullshit here, but I guess you both, Dossie and you, can straighten out a little bit earlier. Have to rush that movement because you don't have much time. So you get a straighter line. But you didn't have to steer too far to the right, so I think you did it a little bit better. It's probably just that I'm not used to it being done with Yoshi. You got a nice little pre-hop here. I think that's what Dossie didn't do. I think he didn't do that. So you did a nice pre-hop here already. And another one. Oh, but too early. Yeah, you hit the hill, so early pre-hop. Don't apologize for Yoshi, it's okay. So yeah, it repeats what I said about Dossie's run. It's nice to get enough space here. And yeah, get the white smoke, counter steer, turn a little counter steer again before you leave the big hill with yellow smoke. And Mexican also did that. To just make it past the wall here. If you just make it, it's nice. It's tight. You do even less hops here than Dossie. I recommended for Dossie to do 2 hops here instead of 1. Here, do 2 hops. Okay, you do 1 very late. But I always do 2 to get a sharper turn and stay closer to the wall there. So you end up a bit wide here, but you correct it quite well by steering a lot. Of course, that's the wider line. But you got a decent finish. It's close enough to the wall, so that's good. It could be much worse, so it's a good job. Also here, don't counter steer that early. Go a bit more with the turn. Keep the joystick on the right. Don't counter steer too early because you go a bit wide. You also adjusted very well then by doing by releasing the MT early. So it's just a little detail, but you adjust very well with an early MT release. And you go further right. So far more aggressive than Dossie on this one. It is risky, but yeah, you got a parallel line and not the big bounce off the last hill, so that's also good. That makes it possible to turn here. Almost the same as Dossie. When you release this MT, turn a bit and don't hop. Keep the MT speed alive. Don't cut into it. So you hopped a bit early, and yeah, this is too far left. This is great again. So it's only the straight here. And that means you didn't lose much time. It's a very small detail. High level criticism here. Just a bit further left, so you have to go higher up on these two hills. That's all. The next turn you approached very well again. So this is a bit further left, a bit higher up. And then you turn nice and release the MT so early that you could go very tight here. Very close to the wall. And the flip-flop like Dossie, that looks good. You even got the little turnstile. You don't jump up from this hill. So that's even better for you. And then I thought, why, because you turned so early, that you will clip this corner here maybe. But you managed to get this MT even without the wall clip. So wow, that's a good job. I didn't think that was possible, but you just turned the yellow smoke into orange before you hit the wall. And that makes it a fast turn. And then you get 3 small turnstiles as well. So that saved you a lot of time. That was a bit lucky, but also well executed, I guess. Nice and aggressive on this corner here. That's good. Yeah. And third one. Different to Dossie, who struggled to get yellow smoke here. Mexian also already gets yellow smoke. Orange just after passing this turn, this corner. So he released it very early. And big contrast to Dossie's run. He's going for the gap MT. Counter steering early and perfect. Well done, well done. There was both close here and very tight here. So that is well done. One thing, I do 3 hops here. 1, 2, 3. So maybe do another hop. You end up a bit further left than you could have. So maybe a bit further right here. Just a bit. You see this line? Just go parallel to it. Try it. And go there. And then you also have a better angle for the last turn. But you cut it very close, so well done on that. And yeah, clean last 3 MTs. Very nice lap. I mean, rank 26, that's already quite good. There's not too much about it. But I hope I could give you some advice and pointers as well. So keep going. And the next video, number 12, is from Rack Attack. That means I have to drop the volume by a lot. I don't know how loud this will be, but I dropped it by a lot. And it's Royal Raceway. Royal Raceway, what is it? Fast Lap, NTSC, 4778, ranked 225th. Yeah, I guess that's a good volume. Peach! Oh, and Rack Attack, the video editing king of today's stream. We get some nice Jack Black Bowser singing. I mean, it's Peach on her track. A 1,000 couldn't keep me from you. I don't know what it was. Something. Okay, let's go. Let's hear it again and see it again. Okay, good MT timing. And now he leaves out an entire MT here on this straight. Sorry for interrupting the music, by the way. He leaves out one MT, which you would do left facing. So that's a safe way. On the way to the top 200, you have to do this. And obviously he goes off into the grass here, so that's a big time loss. Also very wide here. You can cut this a lot more. Yeah, it's quite wide. And it also brings you down lower, so your following jump will be lower and weaker and not as much time saving as it could get. Yeah, he lands on the grass already. That confirms it. Here, he touches the grass here, and you can jump all the way to here. Also leaving out one MT here. I don't know at which level I started doing it, but on this straight you can do another MT if you are quick. You start it here and finish it maybe here. Okay, this is a bit too early on the jump. So should drive until this point and then hop off. So it's a bit early, and that means he shrooms also a bit too early. And now he has trouble to get back onto the road, so that means everything was a bit too early and it carried him too far to the left, too far away from the road. So I have to do that later, and then he gets perfectly onto the road again at the end of the shroom. A bit snaking here, too much correcting. That was a good shroom. Of course, this is tricky to do. Guess even more so in NTSC. Has to slide further left, not in the middle, further left on the track to avoid this bonk. Second one is good. This is a bit far left, so I would recommend to jump in a straight line so you land in the center, in the middle, or even a little bit right, on the right side. So no MT before this turn, just holding the slide very long. I mean, You don't have to do an MT after you land because you have little time. But if you leave it out, then wait with the slide a bit. Okay, that's a good spot. And now a bit late, can go a bit further here, further left, can go early into the grass. And of course stay closer here. Risk it. Stay closer down here for more, cutting the track more, for more time save. Yeah. Oh, what is this lyrics again? 1,000 somewhat couldn't keep me from you. I try to remember it now. Okay, that was Rack Attack's Royal Raceway Fast Lap. And the next one is on Royal Raceway again. So it was just outside the top 200. And now it is about half a second faster, still NTSC, from Seal at 47.25. Done on the Nintendo Switch. First lap? Is it first lap? Sorry. No, it's second lap. So it starts here. Okay, I just glanced at the chat. I have to watch the entire thing now. Focus. And this is ranked 136. Which controller did you use, by the way, on the Switch? Joy-Cons, oh my goodness. Held one in each hand. Oh my god. Okay. So I have to find the spot again. Here we go. So well done getting this with Joy-Cons. This MT release is a bit late. Should definitely do it earlier. So that you straighten out right before the finish line. It's a bit late, not much, just a bit. And you correct your line again. Like Rack Attack, you left out the MT here. Once you want to save more time in the beginning, you have to incorporate, or yeah, have to implement another MT here on this straight, left facing MT. I don't know how hard it is, but you both left it out. You did this much better, not perfect, but much better than Rack Attack did. So good job on staying close to the wall here. Very nice line. The only thing which didn't bring you all the way is, I think, that you turned too much at the beginning. I was rather being a little bit late when you left the road and drove onto the grass uphill. That was a bit late and then you turned very, very much to get a nice jump here. Very close. But since you turned so far and you went in a bit later, you jumped too far to the right actually in the end. So if you just leave the road a bit earlier and go more aggressive earlier onto the hill, you will have this entire turn being shifted a little bit. Sorry if that's a bad expression, but I hope you know what I mean. If you go here, for example, then you jump in this line maybe, and you went a bit further here, sharp turn. This was good, but then you turn very far to the right. So I hope that explains it. Just a bit earlier with the entire thing. But it's marginal. And if you get the optimal jump next to the checkered wall, then you will make it onto the road. This is a common mistake I see a lot. And it's just a basic advice for any spot on the track. If you release an MT, don't hop instantly. It will kill your MT speed. Don't hop. Turn, glide in a straight line if you can, but this is a turn. So just go with the turn, but don't hop immediately, because it kills your speed. Okay, good correction. You were aiming too far left. So yeah, you corrected your line a bit, and that is a bit better. I would still say go a little bit further right, closer to the tree. Yeah, it's a bit far away from the tree. But what you did well is to counter steer immediately. So that was key. Here, that is a good counter steer right on the reaching the floor or the ground again after the hop. So that was well done, counter steered. Otherwise, yeah, that's a great counter steer. Otherwise you would not have made it back. So all in all, it was a good shroom. And this one I would do a bit later. So that's a good release. And then glide a bit longer. Even longer than this. You jumped a bit too early into the slide here. Jump into the slide once you reach the edge of the road again, where the grass starts. You even slid without shrooming, and that is a time loss. So every time you jump into a slide, shroom as soon as you can. That's always recommended. And then you aimed for this corner, but turned too late. So it looks like a very tight line towards this corner, but once you passed it, you end up very, very wide. So the trick is start this later. This entire drift started later, like here maybe, and then immediately steer very hard to the right, like full steer to the right. And that would bring you in a closer line to the second corner of the checkered wall. And then maybe more towards this spot where the ramp and the rail starts. That was a good one. Yep, good drifts on the ramp. Again, getting slightly to the left half, I would recommend to stay in the center or even on the right. But only if you do the following MT, which you also left out. But if you leave it out, same as rack attack. If you leave it out, if it's still too hard, that's perfectly fine. It's a small time loss and yeah, high risk, low reward, you say. If you leave it out, then just stay in a straight line and don't slide as early. Don't drift. You drifted almost immediately, so you had to hold the drift very long, and that's time consuming. Okay, the line around the turn was good. I think you should try and get to orange smoke much earlier. Here. In this moment, you should have orange smoke. So you don't have to take the sharp turn and toggle the joystick to get orange smoke, because toggling means you need the counter steering very shortly, and that prevents you from taking the turn very sharp. So you end up too far right here. And then you managed to get a good jump. That was well done. Good jump timing, despite the suboptimal line. But then when you land, you should drift. And jump into the drift before you reach the road. That's why you only... Maybe you didn't even go for it. I can't say. But if you want to save more time, you should do a right-facing MT here. But maybe it's low on time, being low on time. And this is much better than Rack Attack did. It's still not optimal, but better here. Closer to the lake. And especially the end here. Yeah, that is a good line. That's done in a good way. Finishing further left. So I can imagine playing with Joy-Cons on NTSC, you can't do everything as good as on the N64, so well done. Ah, yeah, okay, alright. And also not falling into the lake so you get the replay. But you didn't need it, right? Okay, so that was Seal's Royal Raceway Fast Lap. Again, I hope I gave some good pointers. This is not a routine. I'm not doing this every day. Yeah, the Joy-Cons. But we're not done with Royal Raceway. There's one more coming up. And this time it is a 3-lap from Puma. 2:54.74, I think. Ranked 106. And it's PAL. Whoa. I'm still not used to this because it's a rare setup that I have the audio, the desktop audio on my TV. So Enter's voice blasted out of my TV because there was a gifted subscription coming in from CLRV to the community, and it goes to Luca. Thank you, Seal. And here's the next run. This, I can already say, could easily have been top 100. Oh, no. Interesting. I thought he's the first one to do an additional MT there. Definitely doing this one here. Ooh. You started doing it, okay. Interesting, what you are doing here, very interesting. I've never seen that. Oh wow, 2 missed MTs. Easily top 100. That is partly leaving out because of a bad slide or something. So 3 MTs so far he could have done. And that's just good to have these mistakes and time losses. If you play the next time, I mean. What's that ghost, by the way? Is that yours? No, it must be from a different player. Yeah, it's not yours. Whose ghost is this? Oh, Michael Fried. Yeah. Okay, here we go. First, you rev up the engine differently. I just noticed that. I don't know if it makes a difference. Okay. It is even more difficult than Luigi Raceway, I think. But hold the start slide until the start boost runs out. It is still going, but you release the MT. And it's tricky on a narrow track, but try to implement that into your runs. And it will be a small time save every time you nail it. Okay, a bit wide here. You can see that on the Ghost, of course. And you did that on all 3 laps here. As soon as you release the MT, you jump. But try to release it a bit earlier. Like here, try to release it and then drive a bit with the MT speed onto the grass. Just a little bit. As soon as you hop, because you release the MT and you hop, because you reach the grass, as soon as you do that, you lose all of that speed. And maybe that's why you don't make it to the road. Because your line is quite good. But you don't have the necessary speed for it. So never hop right after the MT. And this is obvious, you know what to do there. Stay a bit wider and stay on the road. I think even twice. 1, yeah, 2. That was good. 2 quick MTs. Another grass hit. So this is much better than the previous 2 runs I saw. Staying long here, jumping into the slide and shrooming. And then once you reach this, double hop. Yeah. Bit wide in the end, but that's just marginal. Of course you could try. And take this even sharper. Maybe if you stay even longer on the road, just a bit, but it's quite good. If you stay a bit longer on the road and then start turning and then start double hopping, you end up further here. But it's definitely well done. You just reach the road a bit too soon and you still have the shroom going. Nicely done. Yep, both on the ramp. Now you didn't straighten out properly. I think you were not happy about your first turning. So you did it as well. You did it again, but too much. So you end up further left. Again, if you leave out the following MT, then going left is okay. But getting into the top 100, I would say go to the right side. And then, interesting, you released the MT here and did a few hops and didn't do an MT. I would say if you said you started doing the MT after the ramp, correct? If you don't do it, don't hop after the MT again. So always glide after the MT. Use the MT speed to your advantage. Next two were good. I would say you didn't have to correct the line here. This is good. This is a good line. But you turned a bit to the left. And that cuts a bit. You see the ghost. Cuts a bit into the distance you can save here or cut. A lot of cut in that sentence. So that's a bit too far left. Last turn was good. Always stay as low as you can. But coming out of the last turn, here, that's when you started going further up again. Try to stay lower and further left on the road. If you stay further left, you won't hit the grass here. And okay, you avoided the grass here. That was well done. Again, same as on lap 1. Don't counter steer when you do this, by the way. When you do this slide, go with the turn already. Don't counter steer too much. But again, then if you release here, don't hop immediately. But that was a good jump. Perfect. Yeah, perfect jump. Could have saved it a little bit at the beginning, but the rest was nice. Also, this part you did a lot better than lap 1. Yeah. I don't see anything here. That's also... ah, what a pity. That is also better than lap 1. Staying closer. Yeah. Staying close to the wall, double hop. But then missing the MT, and it's a costly one. Ooh, you just avoided to hit the rail. But you didn't straighten out. Here. You didn't straighten out, so if you want to do these corrections, toggle the joystick, toggle it back immediately. So that way you won't stay in this tilted position. That was a nice correction. You would have ended up too far left, but avoided that. And yeah, same as on lap 1. If you only do this slide, keep it longer and don't hop afterwards. Hold it, hold it, hold it, release it about here. And then aim for this spot, so a bit further right. You're staying away from it. Grass hit, so that's a time loss. The ghost is a very good pointer here. Just look at the ghost. Not here, the ghost is going wide here as well. That's not good, but here, where the ghost jumps, that's better. It's a big difference. Further right. And then you missed the MT, so that's an easy time gain in the future. Good correction here. So you stayed further left this time. But you didn't get a slide, I think, here. So the first one here, that's nice. And now, yeah, you didn't get a slide here yet. So you left it out. You tend to do this one. Oh, sorry, that was too much. Sorry. I wanted to stay here. That's okay, but now wait a little longer. You tend to do this early. This is a bit early. Not much, just a bit. And yeah, this is the same problem as on lap 1. On lap 2 to a smaller extent, but don't hop after the MT release. Lap 2 you got a big jump there, that was great. Oh, that was nice. After a small mistake, which happens to all of us. like this, oversteering. Oversteering. Oh, I'm aiming for the grass. Hop to do a sharper turn to save the run. That was nicely done. You saved your run there. Or saved yourself from a bigger time loss. Bit late on the shroom there. Yeah, shroom a bit earlier. So I think you did that the best on lap 2. But if you do it even later and turn sharper here, because you can't come off a different angle, you can go even further here. But that's only a small detail. Okay, all these guys, all 3, are heading for the left side because they are leaving out the NT. I think with these hops, you get a good line. You made sure you get a good line. But again, hold the slide longer and then release it. That's the closest you got to the ghost here. That's the best jump. It's still a bit further left, but it's good. It's not as bad. Yeah, and a decent finish. Well done, top 100 soon. You can smash that one. There were a lot of big time losses, so if you just erase them, you will have a very good cut in that time and that PR. We touched grass. Okay, so that was number 14. Now comes a double PR. And should I mute it, Marvel Girl, or are you okay with going with the sound? Replaying with sound. Next one is Bowser's Castle double PR, 3-lap and fast lap, and ranked in the 500s. My choice. Yeah, I won't talk when I watch it for the first time now. So after that I will decide. Here we go. Same as on this one. This looks like played on the Switch. Oh no, Virtual Console on the Wii, right? It's definitely not N64. Yep, it's the Wii. I wonder when the flap PR will come. On which lap? It's one shroom PR. Oh. That is... You have a lot of work to do, but you know that. You can crush your PL, I think. Okay, let's go back. It is one of the most difficult tracks, I have to say. It is very difficult. Yeah, the last lap was tough, yeah. Okay, so since he talked, I'll mute it now and go over it again. So here we go. Since it is in the 500s, I won't go into detail too much. So at the start, you can do a start slide and do another MT, but that's a small time gain, and you didn't go for it, so just leave it as it is now. That was actually very good. Sliding, releasing the MT, and steering a little here. The safe way would be to hold the slide until you reach that corner here. Hold it, and then release it. But releasing it here and doing a slide turn can be a shorter distance. The problem is just that you shouldn't steer too long after you release the MT, because at some point you will slow down again. You don't have the speedometer, so it's hard to tell, but a general rule is if you release an MT, don't steer too long or you will slow down, because turning is slow in this game. If you turn, it should be in a slide most of the time. Okay, the stairs MT, I guess, is still too hard. That would be the next step. But maybe you can try. And if you approach this, or at the end of the bridge, if you approach this ridge, is that the right word? Where the slight uphill goes into flat surface, try to hop before you reach this point, so that you don't get the little airtime. Sometimes you get a little airtime. And it will help you to hop, land sooner on the red carpet. As soon as you do that, you can start turning. Yeah. Stairs MT is definitely advanced. So yeah, you did it very late, so you have little time. And then keep turning. Keep turning. You stop turning here, but keep turning so that you end up on the middle of the stairs, heading for the right, because you want to be on the right at the bottom of the stairs when you have to turn hard left. So you end up too far on the left, and then you have no time here, and you end up wide. So do a sharper turn on the stairs, longer hard right turn, and then you have more space and a better angle down here. And I think on this one you counter steered very early. Do it a bit later and then go with the turn. So if you have a 90-degree turn, don't counter steer in general. Just a general advice. Start the turn a bit later, or the slide, and then turn. So you move the joystick into the direction of the turn, you don't counter steer. That's slowing you down. And not only for you personally, many people release an MT and hop. But that's on most places not recommended. Here, if you really want to cut this 90-degree turn, you can do it, but that's an advanced strat. So mostly it will kill your speed. You have to be very accurate on it. Okay, you got the MT there and 2 bounces off the wall. That is good. That is how you want to have it. On other laps you were not as fortunate. But that correction unfortunately got you another wall hit. On this one, on this gap, do a little hop. Now, if you hop, you will land much sooner and you can turn earlier. What you did well here is you did another hop to adjust your line. So you noticed you are ending up very wide and you hopped to another drift. So that was good. Shroom, safe shroom around the bush. Bit wide here. That was better. Okay, so you're doing it like lap 1, but a little bit later. A bit later on the EMT release here, and you still steered a bit. So I guess lap 1, it was not really your intention, but it worked out really well because you almost hit the wall, but just almost. But since you probably didn't do it on purpose, I would say hold the slide a little longer until you are here. And then after you released it, don't steer. Yeah, you were in a tilt position. So try to minimize the steering after a slide. Yeah, this is tricky because you went into an awkward spot. Yeah, I guess so. You were in an awkward spot here. And wow, you couldn't even see where Yoshi was. It was super close to the wall. And again, turn harder to the right. Okay. You could have just cut the corner a bit more. So this was a bit wide, but then you, I think, yeah, you went out of the drift and did a hard right turn. So that was good. You were in a better position here than on lap 1. Which also made this turn possible. That's perfect. Yeah, that was well done. Did you get the MT there? Wait a moment. Yeah, okay, you got it. 3 wall hits, that was a bit unfortunate. Unlucky. The second one didn't push you off. So yeah, you can be a bit unlucky. Again, here I would recommend a pre-hop. Hop. There's your flap here. This slide was a bit long. Release it here. Don't hold it until you enter the room. And yeah, this is just nerves. I think you know it. You did this very well. That's an interesting outcome of the lap. Easier turns you crashed, but this was tough and you came through, so well done on that. Oh yeah, I think you hit the wall here. With the back of the cart, yeah, that's why it turned you around. You hit the wall. So everything after that followed that one mistake. And now you're back in line. Here you should have had just a bit more courage to go with the turn now. Don't counter steer too much. Don't toggle or don't move the joystick too much to the right. Now go with the turn to the left. That's why you ended up on the outside of the spiral. It was very bumpy and you didn't get the MT. So that was very slow because you couldn't get the MT there. The spiral is very, very punishing. And last turn MT miss, I've gone through it. It happens to all of us. But you still got a 3-lap PR out of it. And that is something I'm envious about. Double PRs. Okay, sorry, I still talked about lap 3. How was your session today? I just saw that you were streaming. And I think, yeah, 5 runs to go. That means I will do my final break of the stream. Just waiting to hear how her session went. Calimari, Banshee, and Sherbet. All right. So yeah, 5 runs to go. On 4 different tracks. So we will stay on Bowser's Castle after the final break. Stay tuned. All right, it's time for the final runs. And I just saw Agvansky's message. So yeah, Agvansky, I will give it a go. I'll have a look at it at the end. His Toad's Turnpike run. But we continue with Rack Attacks, Bowser's Castle. What is it? Oh, let me lower the volume first. I think it's very loud. Bowser's Castle Run ranked 259. It's a 3-lap, 154.36. NTSC. It has music again. It's a low frame rate video. Yeah, I think it used the distraction ghost. Yeah, definitely distraction ghost. Ooh, that was costly. All right. Not the easiest on the eye. And the music. Here we go. First, right off the start, he got a bit of oversteering. What you want to have, if you do this drift, is end up on the left side of the bridge and release the MT there. And he stays on the middle all the time, pointing to the right. Just getting around here, but not doing another hop or... Ah, yeah, instant hop, yeah, okay. So here's the MT release. And here's the next hop already. Maybe one frame later. So he didn't get anything out of this MT, unfortunately. It brought him to a good line to go inside the bush, I think. Oh yeah, he was risking it. So that is good. But normally you want to be on the left of the bridge, release the MT, and then save a bit of space, or have a bit of space left until you have to jump again. This is also an early jump. Very early jump. Could have done it a bit later maybe, but it's NTSC, so you have to be super fast on the toggle. I'm confused that he didn't go for the middle, since it looks like he has a distraction ghost on lap 2 and 3. It looked like it. So this is maybe a safer way. I don't know. Normally you can go through the middle if you have a distraction ghost on all 3 laps. I'm not sure why he did it. So that's a safe way, but it loses time. Bit wide here and there. That is a good aggressive line. Could have turned a little bit earlier here to get the best line. Oh yeah, that could be it, Michael. Yeah, you have to squeeze through the 2 thwomps at the end of the room. Yeah, that's probably it. It's risky. I forgot about that. Okay, you can release the MT here and jump over the grass. or you just slide over it. Getting 3 hits of the wall is slow. If you commit to the turn and release the MT here and turn very hard left, you can get a better first bounce, but yeah, maybe unlucky. Optimal would be 2 bounces. Pre-hop here, held that slide too long. Should release it here and held it all the way until here. So that was late, and I don't know if he could have gotten another MT in or if it's too advanced yet, but didn't do any MTs on this straight. And then starting the first one here a bit early and hopping again. Interesting. Oh yeah, missed the MT. So should do an MT earlier here on the bridge and glide a bit, or leave it out and just wait and hop into a slide here. That's the other option. But not hopping after yellow smoke or something. And then safe line around the bridge, the bush. So yeah, some wide turns here and there. That was good. Distraction ghost, so the thwomps were not there on the live run. And this one was there on the live run and he managed to go around it. That was nice. Even jumped here on that turn. So yeah, this bridge can cause some problem because you can get airborne and then you can't turn as early. So the solution is to jump here, or to do it earlier and start turning when you reach this spot. If you don't do the stairs MT, you can hop over. If you do the stairs MT, start it earlier, the drift, and start turning a bit when you reach the spot, which will give you a bit of air and get you airborne. So you don't have full control at all the time. So yeah, he just left out the entire drift then. I mean, stopped the drift to be able to turn very sharp. Bit wide here at the bottom. Two hits, that was better than on lap 1. But this is a bit far left. Could have hopped a bit further right. So ends up a bit wide again, and like on lap 1, holds the MT a bit long and doesn't do another one. Okay, that's interesting. Now he stayed in the slide, but shouldn't do it that early. Yeah, a bit wide. A bit of inconsistency, maybe pressure, or not sure what to do. But it is a tough track. Okay, that was his best. That was his best bridge before the stairs. Staying a bit further left and doing the slide earlier, which brings time to turn. Enough time. Here's yellow. Okay, not doing the stairs MT, but the line was good. I could have turned a little bit earlier. So the stairs are very tricky. Once you commit to change your direction from right to left, there's no turning back, literally. And he did it a bit late. So went up, ended up being too far right, actually. So I should have turned a bit further, a bit earlier left, sorry. It's a lot of talking. Ended up wide here. That turn was good. That correction was not... Okay, maybe it was necessary, but it was not well executed. Too far to the left and too long in the tilted position. and then doing the instant jump into the slide while counter steering. And that is slowing you down. You should go with the turn if you can, and don't counter steer too much when you don't shroom or hop or something. So yeah, that lost a bit of time. And these wall hits were just bad luck. Unfortunate. Had to correct and missed the next MT. Again, too far left here. And finish. So Bowser's Castle is one of the toughest tracks. Definitely. Yo, welcome. I can't read it, sorry. My setup is further away today. Maria? It's too far away. My eyesight is too bad. Okay, next one is one of the highest ranked ones. On my least favorite track, so Yoshi Star. You definitely want an analysis on Donkey Kong's Jungle Parkway. Here we go. So it is ranked 18th in a 42.55. Alright. That would have been world record at some point. I remember the world record being in the 60 range, maybe 10 years ago or so. Alright, here we go. I wouldn't call myself a big expert here. And it's hard to say, I never had a ghost to confirm what is actually fast here. But I'm trying. If you can, hold the slide a bit longer, I would say. But it also means you have to turn a bit further right. But not much. So 3 MTs. Okay, yeah, the 3 MT strat. No, not doing a 4th MT. I just had to look. Okay, I think it's the same like on Choco Mountain around the rail. You have gaps with between your hops. On this track, I also tended to do that because I was not sure, can I do the full turn or do I have to wait? But I would say the hops can be done faster in succession. Yeah, there are some little pauses. The jump is good. If you get this light spot, it is a good jump. But you can go a bit further than that. Here's the light spot. If you watch this tree, it is further left. If you just draw a line from Yoshi's head towards the tree here, that is approximately the spot where you can land. And some crazy jumps go slightly left of this tree, but that's the best you can get. But I would say this would have been a good spot to land. So you can cut a bit more. But just a bit. And of course, it also depends on your speed leaving the ramp. So, by hopping in a good rhythm and not crashing anywhere, you keep the best speed. Okay, when you landed, I think there was a very small delay between landing and shrooming. Yeah, so try to reduce it to a minimum. Immediately shroom. And then once you reach this ledge, you jump off, that was correct. Get hit once, start the slide, charge it to orange, and get hit the second time to release the MT. Okay, and then you jumped immediately. You went a bit wide here, I would say. This is the most speculating I will do tonight, so I'm not always sure about it. Getting up here is correct, but you went a bit wide. Getting up here again, that was nice. Maybe when you release the MT, try to not go onto this slope again. Try to go across already. This is a bit late. You can go earlier here and jump. But it's only just a bit. Oh yeah, the shroom. I think I do it a bit later. But again, I'm not very sure if that's optimal. You shroom early. And you turn. That was good. After you got hit, go further left. But this hit is the worst in the entire lap, in my opinion. That's the worst. It's very hard to predict where you get hit by this coconut. So in this case, you ended up too far right, definitely. You have to stay here. You end up very far right. And you can go all the way across here on the slope. Yeah, you slightly return to the slope, but you can cut a lot more there by going further left. That next slide, it's looking very good. Maybe you can cut a bit more here, just a little, not much. But go more in direct line here. And then, I'm not the expert again to tell you where to aim here. I just go by feel. I don't have a ghost. I would say you did well on the shroom. The only thing I saw is that you didn't slide very early. It took you a bit to reach the slide again. Maybe it's just surface here, giving you so much airtime. So maybe that was unfortunate. So I'm sorry, but I can only speculate about some of this. I never had a ghost here, so this track is notoriously mysterious and super hard to confirm stuff and get confidence in your movements. Yeah, the hops, hopping definitely helps if you get that quick. Okay. The next one is on my favorite track, one of my favorites. Banshee Boardwalk, and it is by Slim, ranked 43rd, a 3-lap run, 2:06.11. Let's save that ghost. Ooh, nice. All right. Of course, I noticed stuff, and I played this recently a lot. So I'm warmed up the most on this track. And the question is, what kind of strats Slim wants to change? But I will focus on the stuff I saw, which is doable with the same strat. Save that ghost. And here we go. So the first thing is he jumps during the start boost. And I've tried that and it got me out of rhythm. So it's just personal preference. On laps 2 and 3, it is the same as Bowser's Castle, 90-degree turns. Weatherton improved it to be faster. But during the start boost, I'm not sure if it helps. But yeah, if you're familiar with it, or if you developed a good feel, then I don't think it slows you down. If you crash more, then just leave it out, I would say. But he didn't crash, obviously. Just something I noticed. If it changes your hit rate on the next turn, what it did for me, then maybe leave it out. But if you feel comfortable with it, then you can keep it. Okay, again, the hops here, they have to be done quicker. Hop, hop, hop. This way you take a wider line and it takes you longer to reach the spot where you can start the next slide. So hop as soon as you land. Don't wait for the car to hit the ground and then realize you hit the ground, then hop again. Just cut down this reaction time by anticipating it. So this is the spot where you can do an extra MT, but I guess it's very advanced. And I don't know at which place in the rankings you should try and go for it. I got world records. I drove world records without this because it was recently added. Yeah, so I don't know if Slim wants to go for it. Just a reminder, there is an additional MT you could do. And depending on my line, I do it right facing, left facing. I really just decide on the go here on the fly. If you don't do it, make sure you wait with the slide here a bit, don't hold it too long. And turn if you reach this ledge. Is that the right word again? Where we go from uphill to flat surface. Try to not counter steer. Turn a little. Bit like the Koopa Troopa Beach tunnel MT ramp. Try to turn when you get airborne, so you don't go parallel with this fence. You approach the corner much closer. It is risky, but it is a good time save. So he released the MT a bit earlier and then turned. And I turn and then I can release the MT. Okay, this is tricky. If you can't go here during the zigzag turn and you have to jump over this, make sure you jump and turn enough so that you end up on the right side. Since you are quite far left, you have to make sure you turn a lot on the next slide So you end up on the right. And I think he ended up on the left. Okay, he corrected a bit. It will be it will happen in a different lap. So here he is in the middle. And that's actually a good spot to be in. Middle or right? Middle or right half? I mean, middle right side, right half of the road. I think he was aiming a bit to the right anyway. Yeah, just a bit. So that's a good angle to start the slide and counter steer. No bouncing up. That was too late. Can do it a bit earlier. Turn earlier and go really close around this. Okay, nice finish. Corrected his line once, which was necessary. Now you have to be very quick on the toggle. Everything is a tad late. You just have to be super fast in the bathhouse. So if you start this early, then you will release the MT here at this point already. And you can go here. But you have to be fast with that. Bit late on this MT. And this jump can be done in a riskier way. So that you jump here now. You can already jump. And because of the MT speed, it carries you far enough. So you land just after the gap. After this crack. And if you land sooner, you can turn sooner again. This jump was just a bit later. And the churning and the charging takes a bit longer. So go a bit wider, and that also carries you to the following turn later. Everything is just a bit later and a bit wider. Okay, releasing the MT here is good. And then you can go more aggressive and turn left at this point. At this point, turn left, but Slim countersteered a little to avoid hitting it. So yeah, just a bit wide, less risk. And of course the straight also has the space for an additional MT, which is tricky there. So just going with one is fine. This hop is good. Okay, well done. Again on this one, he counter steers, gets the yellow smoke, and now counter steers again. I would say that is a good decision on this lap, because if he turned here a bit to get the yellow smoke. If he turns too much, he will hit the rail. So that was well done, but it is his usual way to do it. This one though is too far left. This time he didn't have to jump here, so he countersteered too much, I think. Yeah, you should go a bit more, turn more right, and end up on the right half, or in the middle. And this is a bit too far left. And bounce, yeah. Was in a bad spot. This is too far left, and you bounce. During my world record runs, I try to anticipate this bounce whenever I felt I was not in the perfect place. Try to shroom anyway, and you can save the run. You can shroom on this short frame, or the short moment when you land before you bounce up. You can hit the shroom, but then you have this bounce and less time to control your card since you're in the air. Blackwing. It's intimidating. Well, Banshee Boardwalk is very technical, and I've recently played it a lot, so I have a lot to say. Okay. Slim ended up a bit far left here. Here, this is too far left. Had to correct very much So that's a small time loss. And again, jumping a bit earlier would help, turning earlier, releasing the MT earlier, and for the next one, and for the next one. Everything is just a bit late. This was better than lap 1. I liked how he turned in and left. Yeah, this little hop and then still turning left. Little correction before that SSMT. That was the best jump of all three. Look at the gap. That's a huge gap. Tires getting into the ground even. The best jump of the run. Quicker hops as well, I would say. Lap 1 was a bit slower. Here he was unlucky. White smoke. Turning in. Counter steering again, but too early, I guess. Still on white smoke. You want to be on yellow. And now he's on yellow. That's why he ended up wide. Again, too far left for my taste. Bounce. And this time he even tried to get back onto the to the middle or the right. That's why he counter steered very hard here and bounced, and that delayed even more what he wanted to do. So he ended up on the right. And yeah, wide at the beginning of the shroom. That was definitely too late. So he should try and get it around here, release the MT around here, and definitely turn more. That was too late. And he managed to get all the other MTs quite well, despite the late entrance. Nice hops. Quite close, I would say. Yeah, that was nice. Except the last corner, it was very well done. That's a good time save if you get that very close. And that was Banshee Boardwalk. Okay. The next 2 runs will be on Rainbow Road. And then I will get Agvanski's Toad's Turnpike run in as an addition. And on Rainbow Road, we start with the fast lap NTSC from Pokemon, ranked 153rd. Hold on. This is not a replay. Yeah, it's not a 3 lap. He goes on retry. Yeah. And it's Yoshi again. Get some controller sounds. Whoa, what the hell? I didn't expect that. Okay, so Rainbow Road, there's another 3-lap run coming. It's a long track, so I can't just pause after every MT. And the track layout itself is not always the challenging in terms of particular spots. It's just the entirety and the length of it, so it's an endurance race. Is it very dark for you? Yeah, it's filmed off a TV screen. Okay, let's go. So at the start, it is possible to slide into the fence with a charged MT. If you hit the fence with the back of the cart, that can be a bit faster. It's an advanced strat, but just wanted to say it. And then you have the trans style. So release A, or even hit the brakes B very shortly. And later strats even implemented the triple B technique, but that's advanced as well. Definitely let go of A and triple tap A when you hit the steepest part, but it's so precise that you have to go by feel. It depends on how fast do you approach, when do you release the A button, and when do you start triple tapping, and at which speed do you do it. So that is many factors coming in. He gets a pretty good triple tap in trans style. Good job on the double shroom. I can't see anything bad there. This slide was held too long. The other ones were quite good. But yeah, approaching the chomp, I always used the last MT, the glide. The timing here is just not right. The last MT, the previous MT, here, did it a bit later probably, released it a bit later, and then used the glide to go past the chomp before I start the next slide. Sliding towards the chomp is very awkward. I don't recommend it. Another one, then the left facing one, and long glide downhill. Yeah. Right facing and around the chomp. Depending on your speed, you can go left of the chomp, but not here. And here, definitely recommended to try and hug, almost hug the fence. Definitely release your MT during the spiral turn. Release it and quickly, oh no, I should say release it and keep steering left and quickly jump into the next slide. Not immediately, you should never do that, but you can't wait very long here. But make sure you keep steering to the left. Okay, that should have been done a bit earlier. If you do it earlier, you are in a straight line already here. So you have a better angle and easier time to pass that chomp. He was still in the correction movement. That was oversteering, that's why he hit the fence. 3 MTs here. Another one even. Squeeze that in. So a new MT strat here. The latest. So this one is hard. If you don't want to end up hitting the fence here, up here, you should slightly steer to the left while you go downhill. Just slightly steer, counter steer again to position yourself in a way that you aim a bit left. He did it very late and then instantly shroomed. And when you shroom, you have to counter steer as soon as you can. hit the stick hard to the left, so you get a better angle than this. This angle is not optimal. And then here, when you hit the stripes, which are a bit bumpy, it's also very hard to toggle your joystick and get the MT without steering too far to the right. That is what happened. And it also happens to me. It is tricky. But if you want to avoid the fence, then counter steer very early. Just make sure you don't go all the way left. That can be, that can look clean, but it's not always the fastest. The fence hit here, if you got the MT, is by the way, not the worst. I've talked too much today. It's not the worst hit you can get. It can be a time loss, but not the biggest one. Depends on the hit. Okay, you can do one more MT here if you are quick during that turn. But he's holding the slides quite long. And again, during that turn here, there's a tricky spot. Where is it? Here, did you see that? The tires are here, getting into the track. It's a short moment, but that spot is the trickiest. Here, the left tire goes a bit into the track. That's where the angle changes. And you should be careful not to jump there. If you try to start an MT there, it's very tricky. So keep an eye on that spot. And uphill SMTs, yeah, are not easy. That's why he bumped into the fence here. The scary part is not going left of that jump. I expected him to go left of the jump with a right-facing MT, but he did a left-facing MT. Look at that. Left-facing MT during the right turn. That was scarily close. So yeah, don't do that unless you want the thrill. The input eater, yeah. The no fear slide, yeah. So yeah, there's some general advice. Not too many super tough spots on Rainbow Road. It is about consistency, so if you play other tracks and you improve generally, you come back to Rainbow Road, you will hit a PR. Very easy. It's just so long that everything you improve in general, your MT speed and everything, it pays off. Okay, now the last one I prepared already. That is Rainbow Road 3 lap. And I have to jump here. That's where the run starts. Sorry. I get a bit tired, so I should have said it is from Puma. A Rainbow Road 3 lap run in PAL, ranked 126th, and it is 601.50 on PAL. Here you go. Oh, the ghost comes back into view. So I guess I will limit it to lap 1 plus some major differences on laps 2 and 3. Since it is very long. Of course, missed MTs are always mistakes you should avoid, but it's hard on such a long run. Rainbow Road, except for the trance style and the charms, is really a test of your stamina and your general consistency. How well do you master quite basic techniques in the game? Sorry, I have to see that again. Yeah. Nice to get a Tran. Oui. And to see the ghost fly off and lose time. That felt good. That was an MT miss. I had to go for that slide again. Oh, another one. And another one by crashing into the wall. And another one, wow. That was one of the worst wall hits. You can get away with a wall hit on the shroom, but that was costly. You can also hear it if you listen to the engine sound. Still a 2-0-0. Had a good trance style, I guess. That was a miss, I think. Ooh, another miss. So yeah, without missed MTs, easy sub 6. There were quite a lot of them. But hey, ooh, that's another miss. I shouldn't say easy. Over such a long time, it is super hard not to miss any MTs. Yeah, it can be very stressful. Don't stay in the end. Alright. So 28 seconds was the start. Ah, come on. Here we go. Again, it should not sound as if I didn't care about this run, but I have to repeat, or I could repeat a lot. You can slide into the fence here to release the MT, but you don't have to. Good Tran. And yeah, that is a good adjustment. If you come down and you are too far left, do a left facing MT. And then start doing the right facing MTs, because the last one you want to be right facing for the turn. But you actually had to to hop again, and you even hit the fence because you were not in the best line. So yeah, reduce the fence hits, of course, general advice, but that shouldn't surprise anyone that I say that. That was good. Didn't turn after that. That one was very late, but you wanted to pass the trump on the left. Okay. Then you have to do it late. Oh, there was too much correction, and then you end up getting very wide. And the ghost caught up, yeah. So too wide here. Go aggressive on this turn. As I said, keep steering to the left. I just have to repeat the advice from the other run. Release the MT on the spiral turn and keep turning left. And yeah, finish that MT earlier. And you oversteered here, so yeah, trouble. Oversteered again. Can be controller condition, I'm not sure. Sometimes you end up very wide, sometimes you oversteer. That's one MT miss. And now try to countersteer as soon as you jump into the slide. Depending on the surface, sometimes it's very hard to countersteer. You got thrown a bit to the right. Really depends on when you do it. Let me go back. But yeah, it was a good spot actually. So I think you countersteer sometimes. Oh, that as well. Sometimes you countersteer too much. Sometimes you oversteer. Could be the controller, I don't know. I don't know what is on purpose and what not. Obviously that, but talking about the oversteer, understeer. Yeah, SSMTs on the uphill also oversteering. So you turn too much, but maybe it's tough to avoid. And this I liked a lot. You got the trans cell there. Interesting that you held the slide. I would recommend not to do it. If you started a bit earlier and you release it here, you can pass it on the right. So maybe try to stay on the right side. Especially if you improve and your pace gets better and better, you have to adjust to the tromp, of course. If it's on the right side, you have to go left and vice versa. But don't try and hold the slide so long, because you are going uphill. So try to anticipate where the tromp is, or just have a look and release MTs faster. Always try to glide past the tromp. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah, and I think the rest was similar. except for the chomp locations. Where's the next chomp? I've talked about the MT misses on the first watch already. So next chomp is where? Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't go inside of that one. It also changes depending on your pace, of course. The later in the run, the harder it is to predict. That was good. Especially if you are constantly improving. Yeah, conservative there, but it was tough to do another MT. You were in a tilted card position before that trend style. So try to avoid that. Always straighten out your card. Okay, so last lap. Where's the next chomp? That looks good. That's the next one. Ooh. Some nervous steering, I guess. You said yourself that your heart was killing you. I can see that a bit. Yeah, you made sure you avoided that chomp. Ah. Yeah, try during that shroom. Try to hold it longer. Hold it until you exited this bumpy part of the hill. If you try to steer too much on the bumpy part, it will mess you up. Oh, you had the balls there to go inside of the chomp. And yeah, this is just tough mentally and for the hands physically. This last left turn. And I've crashed on this left side a lot too. It is tough. And then you didn't want to steer and correct the line anymore. So yeah, it is the longest run, but not always the most complicated. If you improve generally and you know when to go with the turn and when to counter steer, and hopefully your joystick is in decent condition, then just play it every once in a while, go to different tracks and improve your general skill. Come back and you will hit a PR. That's general advice here for Rainbow Road. Okay, so I've gone through all the 20 tracks. All the 20 runs you send in, and they were on 10 tracks. But I received another run from Ekvansky on Toad's Turnpike. Since I don't want to set up everything in OBS to capture YouTube or any website, I will do a short break and download it, Ekvansky, so I'll play it in the VLC like I did with the other ones. So I'll be back with one more run. Okay guys, I'm back for the final run. It's a 2:59.97 from Akvansky. Very nice sub 3. Ranked 32nd in the world. So let's go and watch it. And Toad's Turnpike, a track we haven't seen yet today. Ooh, that was a flick. Oh, another flick. You have fast, yeah, fast fingers. There's the third one. Trademark. Signature move. Whoa. I didn't expect that. Ay. Oh wow. Crunch time here. Oh, oh. Wow, amazing that it still got a sub 3 run. You can go way better. Amazing. Okay, let's go. That's the flick. That's a really fast toggle, Agansky. Okay, so start looks good. That's another flick. Only time saves here is go even closer to the guardrail. So it's marginal. Yeah, the right facing one is correct. That one you oversteered a bit. So you're facing way too far left. And then you need this one to recover from by delaying it a bit. And then the next one here is also a bit late. If you finish this one, all the past ones earlier, I think you won't run into trouble here. But you hit the guardrail. So everything was a bit late. That little correction should be done even more. It was not enough. Try to correct your line more so you end up going here parallel to the guardrail. There's this small tiny straight. Maybe you tried but you stayed away from it. But then oversteered a little into the guardrail. So precision is needed. It's a basic layout towards Turnpike. Again, it's precision here. All about precision. You have these long turns. Yep, good shroom, I would say. At first it looked a bit early, but it's just the traffic pattern is slightly different at your pace compared to mine. So a good shroom. Just the end. That's a nice view. Just at the end, try to go closer to the left. That carries you too far away. And yeah, a lot of these turns, if you want to improve, is just about almost hugging the guardrail. Closer, closer. And now I think you already know it. You aimed a bit further left than necessary. And you said you got a sweaty thumb. I can relate to that. Bit late, so you ran out of space here. Almost got it, but no. So there was a big time loss because of that miss. And I always prefer to go right of this truck. Not super slow, come on. Just a bit different. If you are basing your movements off the traffic, and the traffic is different here in this video, that's not easy. I just realized it. So yeah, I tend to go right of this with a left-facing MT because there's a there's a right turn coming up, so I don't want to be too far left. So going this way is suboptimal, especially if you stay here and you can't return to this right lane. So try to go right of these trucks, these cars. You could have saved more time if you went closer to the guardrail now, after you passed two cars on the left, but I think your correction was a bit off. And then shroom. Yeah, that line correction was a bit better than the one on lap 1 on this spot. Oof, just enough space. You waited with the next one a bit too long because I think you were afraid of hitting the guardrail. Shroom is good, it's decent. Right at the end, I think you left the turn a bit too early. You could go just a bit more with the guardrail and then release it. So you had enough space here. Try to go close to it at the end of the shroom. Because of the bus as well. So it gives you less trouble. Alternating between the MTs here is fine, by the way. You have a lot of space there. That's another miss. And 2 rail hits. And another one, yeah. Probably sweat and nerves. And don't go here to the left. Do not go to the left. If you start and finish this earlier, you can go right of the truck. At my pace, at your pace, it doesn't matter. So I have the truck here already, but even if you have it there, it's no problem. You can go here and do a left-facing slide to go to the right lane. Right lane should be where you want to go. But since it is a straight, it is a small difference. It doesn't make a huge impact. Just small. Little oversteer here. That was better. Also good. Yeah. String of good MTs here. Oh, that was overcorrecting. You were correcting too much here. And now at the peak of nerves, I guess, at the peak of pressure, I would go for a right-facing MT. I think you also did. Yeah. But then you oversteered a bit. So you didn't have the plan to go in the middle? I don't know. You can still save it if you didn't hit the guardrail here. That slowed you down, so you didn't have enough speed to go outwards while drifting and go through the middle comfortably. And then you missed it. But that was good. That was actually nice. You missed the previous MT, you had no speed. And you just went around this truck. So well done on the last two MTs. Mumu from Flappia. Okay, but that's the last one. Let's go, Puma. Where is it? I am tired, so that's really the last one. It's almost midnight. Where is it? Where is it? I need a video. I give you another minute. Otherwise, it's over. Puma, talk to me. Oh, Discord. All right. Hold on. Okay, I got it. Moo Farm 2840. It's loud. Here we go. First advice, don't play this track too much, it will drive you crazy. Play it if it's your worst rank time, like I did. First, I don't know how many years. Ooh, nice move at the end. Okay, here we go. Pulling up the chat again. Okay. So don't start in this angle. Start further left. Even further left than the middle of the track. And yeah, release the MT a bit earlier so you have a straight line. And further left because of the next hill. What is that? Is that a hole? Is that a ghost? Normally there's no hole here. So further left because of that next hill. You can't do an SSMT like drift over it. So the surface will naturally, the slope, carry you to the right. And that's important for the next turn. So yeah, this is too late. Now aim for this spot where the slope is very steep. It's hard to see, but it is a steep slope. And the turn is going sharp to the right. So you have to aim for that spot, which you did quite well. And there you try to jump into a slide, which is the worst feeling. It is so bumpy, you often don't jump when you want to jump and you lose control over your slide because of the bumpiness. It is a nightmare of a track and a shroom spot. So yeah, you went down again. Ideally you go all the way here, but since you are going up and down and getting airtime so much, it is very hard to control. You have less frames to control your slide, and you are less on the ground than in the air, where you can't do much. Okay, so at the end, you don't want to hit the fence that early. Rather here, if you wanted to hit it at all. But better to charge the MT and hit the fence than missing it. And you were a bit lucky here. Ideally, you go further right then. Further right. As soon as you leave the steep part here and you go into this little valley, you have a bit of surface to work with and charge your MT properly. I mean, compared to the first room spot, this is paradise land, where you have more control over your movements. So you ended up too far left. And then you aim to go up here. So more being here and then going here. Further right. So that you are here closer to the rail, to the fence. That jump is good to the right. And then immediately into the next left facing slide. So that line is decent, could be a bit further left, just a bit further up, but it's not bad. That one was too early. If you hesitate a bit, start it after the shadow, then you hopefully don't end up too far right, which you did. So now you were in trouble here with the slope. If you stay further left, you are in a better position. And then second shroom looked nice, that was good. Second shroom is the easiest of the three. If you are further left, you can just start the slide and then shroom, steer, counter steer and go. But that was a good finish. Then you hit the fence twice. First hit was okay. Now this hit here, this was bad for you. Pushed you too far left. So now you are quite far off. And the third one is just praying that no moles will pop up, because you usually go over this hole, and especially the last one over here. The gatekeeper of Moo Moo Farm. You went quite wide. There it is. It is there. The gatekeeper is there. It's greeting you. If you're super lucky, you can go and squeeze through here, but that rarely happens. So the trick for a tight third shroom is that you jump into a slide here, and you don't counter steer for a while. You turn, you go with a turn, right turn, and then you shroom. And then when you start shrooming after a bit, then you counter steer. So don't counter steer too early. And then good luck on this bumpy surface area to finish and toggle the joystick from yellow to orange. If you made it past the gatekeeper of Moo Moo Farm and you only have to release the MT, the surface will just laugh at you. No, we keep you at yellow smoke. That happens a lot. So you did well to get the MT there. And it's normal to bounce a bit on the fence. Just make sure you stay in a straight line. If you bump into the fence with the MT speed, it won't cost you that much. It is much worse to be wide and wiggling around, try to avoiding the fence. Don't do that. And then the last little hop, that was well done. Can go even further right, but it was well done to reduce the distance to the finish line. Oh yeah, there it was. Did you do it twice? Let's see. 1, 2. Oh yeah. Yeah, try to keep it at one jump. Yeah, the last mile is the worst. Okay, so that was my tired me giving you Moo Farm advice. I hope that was helpful. It is not the worst track, but it can be a nightmare. The worst is Donkey Kong's Jungle Parkway. Alright, and there was a long stream with a lot of talking, guys. So it is time to finish it. You can play more Moo Farm, but yeah, for me, this is it. I hope you could get some help and useful advice out of this session. Thank you for watching it and sending in your runs. Yeah, for everyone who missed it and is watching the VOD, hopefully you take advice of that as well. For the few people who sent in runs but couldn't make it for the stream. And now I want to see PRs. Let me know in the next couple of days. Let's keep it that way. Let me know if you improved and if you could really get something out of this. That would be nice. That's why I did it. In other words, I want to see PRs from all of you on these tracks now. Immediately. So get going. Get karting, guys. And see you tomorrow for the next stream, which will be custom tracks amped up. The last test before the Euromeet with the updated version, if it works well, because I want to play some custom tracks with you at the Euromeet in a bit more than a week. So yeah, thanks for watching and bye for now.